Why am I invisible? What does it always do this? There we go. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, Mary and Petite and Mario and Ethan. I don't recognize your account name here if I know you, but welcome in all the same. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Let's see. What do you think? I really need to start thinking of things to say before I start this, but anyway, hope you're all having a wonderful time. So I was going back and forth on I'm petite. I was going back and forth a lot on what games to play this week, because reasons, and I eventually landed on this one that great friend of the stream Air gifted to me months ago with one of their Humble Bundle support or key codes. Like a lurk in case I ever play this game myself. That is fair enough, Mary. I don't actually know a whole lot about this game. I'm probably just aw. Lurky because I'm playing auto chess. Well, fair enough. We appreciate lurkers here, and I hope you kick their asses, petite. I don't really have a whole lot else to say, so without further ado, well, like I said, I don't really know a whole lot about this game. I know it looks sort of like Disco Elysium, at least the dialogue system does. I know there's dice, and you have to use them to do different tasks or something. Like, anyway, let's jump in and see where this takes us, shall we? I'm half expecting, half dreading, half hoping this turns into a long runner. Citizen Sleeper. This up. Hold on, let me... Version 1.4.9. Oh, Citizen Sleeper 2 announced. Step into the body of a new sleeper on the run Starward Belt as they try to build a crew, take on contracts, and find a future. Citizen Eater. How is the audio, by the way? Because I don't see any settings. Oh, we get to pick a class. Then Sleeper. Okay, good. Let me check my levels on my end. Honestly, game looks a little bit quiet to me, so I'm gonna bump it up a little bit. That should be good. I didn't realize I had it that low. It must be for a while. Actually. That looks good. So, an operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. Already speaking my language here. +1 to interface, -1 to endure. Strength or strength of will. Intuit. Approach problems with awareness. Engage. Approach a problem head-on. Engineer. Work with digital interfaces. Extractor. Extractors work on resource extraction, often hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. -1 Intuit, though. Perk. Photosynthetic skin. What? Sun-bathed dice action allows energy recovery at home. What? Perk. Transfer intercept. Chance to gain cryo on interface act. Fuck is cryo? Machinist. Machinist repairs and modifies automated systems used in industrial resources extraction. Sleepers assigned to machinist work are usually diligent, careful, and structured people. Work efficient extractor. Chance to gain random scrap item on engineer actions. +1 engineer, -1 engage. Nobody gets like +2 engage. Yeah, like nothing boosts engage. Or intuit, for that matter. Okay. We got interface, endure, and engineer, it looks like. Maybe. But it feels a bit weird for a story-oriented RPG like this. Efficient extractor, random scrap item on actions. I kind of like the sound of that. Oh, I'm probably just stealing money whenever I do interface things. Frame sleeper M45 or 5 what? I don't like the -2 engage. I think the -2 endure is I think this is a game with different endings, but I've never played it. Oh, probably. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm gonna go with... Comparison modifies automated system industrial extraction, sleepers assigned diligent, careful, and full. I'm kind of leaning machinist here. I can probably just put a point in the interface later. I like the machinist perk more, but like... Alright, let's do this. First thing... Oh, act. Where are you? The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect. The delay between thinking and feeling. Between wanting to act and acting. Minor. Almost imperceptible, but always present. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real. To be a person. To be in a body that was indisputably yours. Huh. Think of that body. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach, until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in, behind and around you. The sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body. Given your current circumstances, the walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next. Retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain at least. Huh. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease. A reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the plan. You mostly remember that it wasn't a good plan, but then your options were limited. Once he got the itch to get out, by any means possible, it was either that plan or something much worse. At least simple. Collapse the shaft, drift away in the chaos, slip into cargo processing, seal yourselves in the containers, and just hope the freighter left before you were missed. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if, in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. Try to rest. But you are restless. It has been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You are dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Rest. Time passes. The cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound, too, everywhere. Screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. Then light. White as the cold, softer and softer until in a haze of dirty yellow a figure appears. You're out. Wait, what? Dragos, pragmatic salvager. It has been a few hours since the Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reactive folds of a mylar blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life. You stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. A pragmatic and private salvager. So, sleeper, you all thawed yet? Almost. Never seen one of you come in like this. You frames must have better perseverance in sub-zero vac. Need more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech. His headset, with its glinting eyes, marked the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eye locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. It didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment, or perhaps he is just figuring out what to do with you. I plan to survive. You aren't sure if he hears you. I won't ask you what led you to it, to sell yourself to a corporation. And I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now. And you are just software. A rogue emulation, illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells. The promise of a life off-world. But as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person. You are an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. S and ARP wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep hold of you, well then, no one can. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, and built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you're one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away, towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you could be right now. The eye? The station. You'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. Trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside of you. Emotion. Fatigue. Shakily get to your feet. Nod. Alright, you head on up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Drago stalks back into the wrecks. His drone's already converging on a rusting hulk. Plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Ooh, welcome to Erlin's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle now. Select locations by clicking on their icon. Okay. This is home. What do I have in my data? I don't have any data. Cryo. Oh! Cryptocurrency stored in air-walled sticks of memory known as chits. So, yeah, cryo is just money. Ooh, okay, there's like more perks. Oh, you can get the other perks. Of course the crypto bros got it. Okay. Endure. Okay, so the endure, the basic endure perk is photosynthetic skin. The basic interface one is stealing cryptocurrency. The basic engineer one is efficient extractor. So it's, you can just get all this stuff. I have, okay, so I see. Okay. So I think it's 1 point to get to 0 engage, another point to get to thrill seeker, 2 more points to get to obsessive haggler. All cryo actions are discounted by 20%. Instant karma. Reroll all your dice once per cycle. Predictive reasoning. Once actions. Oh, these cost 3 points to get the +2. I have 0 points to spend. Self-repair. Use scrap components at home to repair condition. Icebreaker. Agent nodes give double data rewards. Hard to kill. Keep 2 dice even when condition is breaking. Predictive reasoning. Dice actions display potential positive and negative outcomes. I might have to get that one. Let's get some sleep. You wake, curled in the corner of the container, and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you waken now. Sleeping on Citizen Sleeper, who would have thunk it? After all this time, you still find this body, the one you waken now, strange and disjointed. Its message is readable but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are, on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? Impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Escape, getting answers, or building a life? I'm gonna say building a life. Maybe you did get lucky, finding yourself here. Maybe here, on the edge of everything, there's a life for you to build. But before you can build anything, you'll need to learn to survive. Maybe if you can do that, you can make a life for yourself. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container: the mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. Or sachets of some desiccated powder. You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachets smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. The ring is like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin, a constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images. Because long after you finish drinking before they begin to fade, you tidy away the stove as best you can, and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Tutorial, condition, action dice, and energy. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. It depletes by 1 segment each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. If your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. You'll have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. Action dice. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you have used your dice, do not take any further actions and must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. Okay, so this is a bit different from Disco Elysium, it looks like. Energy. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll have to find somewhere to get food. Energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you will be starving. When starving, condition loss becomes energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at double rate per cycle. Alright, well, I'm flickering. Don't have any money, let's leave. Oh, Dragos! Dragos is standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensor eyes rapidly irising. How are you feeling? Okay. The drone chirps. Good to hear. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. He pauses. So I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Sure. Alright then, he nods. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old hulls down, sell them off to the shipyards or the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper, you'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously, I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Chits? These. He pulls out a handful of small metal bars, air-walled cryo, isolated from the market. It's what we use for trade out here. Stuffs them back in a pocket. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited moving on as quick as you can. And sleepers, well, he trails off. But things being the way they are for me at the yard, he pauses. I need the help. Why? Things are a little tight, that's all. I owe a little cryo to a client here or there. Pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. Will do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Like it's time to get to work. Dragos' yard. Okay. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy condition, or items. Depending on their outcome, there are 3 types of outcome. Positive, the action goes better than expected. Neutral, the action succeeds. Or negative, the action fails. Action dice are affected by these outcomes as follows. 6 is 100% chance positive. 5 is 50% chance positive, 50% chance neutral. 3 and 4 are 25% chance positive, 50% neutral, 25% negative. And 1 and 2 are 50% neutral, 50% negative. So, my skills don't matter, except for, the perks, but then why would I pay 3 points for +2 to a skill with no perk. Oh, okay. Actions display information about their type, risk level, and skill modifiers that apply to that action. Okay, so skills do apply to actions. Type: either critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. Risk: either safe, risky, or danger. Safe: no loss of condition, energy, or cryo. Risky: negative outcome means cryo or energy loss. Danger: negative outcome means condition loss. Neutral outcome can mean cryo or energy loss. Skill. Skill that this action requires: either engineer, interface, endure, intuit, or engage. I just realized all of the skills are either E or I words. Interesting. It is an Eeper. The other -1, 0, +1, or +2. This is added to the action dice when slotted and improves its value. Some actions require a +1 to perform. Oh, okay. A debt called in. Dragos is tied up in something ugly, and if he misses a payment or two, things could get nasty. Back in business. Every salvager knows that they are always just one lucky haul away from their next payday. Manual salvage. It's gonna take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers of salvage, but you are no stranger to hard labor. Hull dissection. Even the rustiest hull can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. That's risky. Why is manual salvage safe, but hull dissection is risky? Okay. This. I think this 3, what? Hold on. I think 4 was 50% neutral, 50% positive, right? So let's put the 3 here. I'll get a +1 to it. Oh, 25% negative. Okay. I can guarantee 100% positive with this 6, but like, feels like a bit of a waste because I have +1 to engineer. Neutral outcome. Yay. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions that fill them, and they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Dragos' death, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed on the icon for that location. Okay, I got 15 cryo. Do the whole dissection. Drives and navigation. In Citizen Sleeper, you will unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any tracked drive will place a yellow marker on locations that will help you pursue your goal. Access your drive menu via the arrow button at the top of the screen. You're now free to explore Erlin's Eye and make a life for yourself here. Try tracking a drive to help you survive. Looking for food to keep your energy up and a way to recover condition. Build clocks to progress stories and find new opportunities. Remember to end the cycle at your home when you're out of dice. Use the mouse wheel to scroll along the station. Rotate B with A and D. Okay. Positive outcome. Yay. +2 to back in business and +15 cryo. I think if we get back in business, then the debt called in is fine. Oh, this is... Okay, this is cool. So survive. Find a doctor. Repay Dragos. Help pay off Dragos' debt. Dragos pulled you out of the salvage and set you up. Perhaps you can repay his kindness in time. Yeah, we'll help Dragos out. Get access to corporate pharmaceuticals, otherwise this escape attempt will come to a rapid end. Okay. Tracking. I'm gonna start off tracking on this one. I want to... Oh. I can only track one thing at a time. Low-end gate, passage into the low-end bright market, bustling up market. Rotundra, old dock terminal, dock B, rotunda wet dock, wet dock. Haven't any construction yards. This is really cool, actually. Are we on a ring world? No, this isn't a ring world. It's just probably just using centripetal gravity. Pay low-end toll. I need 60 cryo to pay the toll. Lasers cause some trouble in the low end. Yatagon have imposed a toll for entry. No one gets in without paying. Okay, well let's try the market. Move this doctor there. Ask for directions. It requires engage. Why wander when there are hundreds of people that live and work within the bright market? All you need is the courage to approach them. Explore the market. The smells, sounds, and buzzing activity of the bright market makes it a dizzying place to wander, but an enticing one. Into it. So asking for directions is a critical action. I can only do that once. Let's try Dock B2. Salvage sortie. It takes several cycles to reach the starboard belt and return, loaded with scrap from old wrecks. Okay. Don't know what that means. Helion crossing. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Helion system are rare, but those that do always return eventually. Rotunda. Field dock plan. Habitage security has to have plans. Stealing them would be the fastest way to get to know this place, and the most dangerous. So I can ask for directions, wander around, or fucking steal the floor plan. Okay, explore the rotunda. The rotunda of the old dock is filled with passageways and concourses leading to all kinds of docking bays. Dock watcher and Habitage watch list. Habitage run the rotunda and their security watches the docks. Better to avoid attracting their attention. Getting to know the rotunda doesn't just... Alright. So I think the idea here is that you want to get Dock Watcher before you're on the watch list. Guild dock plans. It only takes 3 for local knowledge. Let's... Let's steal the dock plans. Neutral outcome. As you are fumbling through the security office, Habitage security calls out. You are gone. Plans in hand, but you have been made. Dock Watcher, getting another return doesn't just... Fuck. I'm on the watch list. As you flip through the crowd towards the passages out of the rotunda, a voice calls after you. Hey, sleeper! Turn around. You turn to see a Habitage security guard, tag flashing, bearing down on you at speed, his hands on his hip. What's this about? The impact knocks you to the cold floor. You roll, dazed and in pain, scratching at the metal. You turn onto your back, the Havenit guard stands over you, a compact black weapon in his hand. Don't run, he explained. He smirks. It hurts less. Explain. Start to reply, but he holds up a hand. I don't want to hear it. You newcomers are all the same. He reaches back into a pocket of his tactical vest. I suppose you thought you were free, huh? No law, no corpse, no rules. He laughs. The thing is, you took something that doesn't belong to you. He hooks together a pair of restraints. It belongs to us. I'd think one of you things would have more respect for property. After all, isn't that all you are? A piece of corporate property that has got itself lost. Reaches down to put on the restraints. Now, go you. Shit. It. He flips you face down and wrenches your arm behind you. Another voice suddenly joins his. He can't quite make it up. The officer drops you onto the hard floor. Struggle against the restraints and then the release. And you are being helped to your feet, dusted down, ranged. Bang! Apologies. Bang's wonky smile greets you, and he turns back to the officer. You are done here, Carrick. Don't touch this one again. I have niche systems engineer. The officer smiles and shakes his head. Piece of shit, Fang, he spits. Uncycle, I swear. He trails off into incoherent muttering and stalks back into the crowd. Fang's smile fades a little. Shall we? Gestures to the tunnel. For you. Your new friend, he gives you a pointed look. After you, please. Continue. Walk together out of the bright rotunda into the flickering light of the tunnel. You good? The security's jurisdiction is a little fuzzy, but they will protect their property with a certain zeal. I'm good. Glad to hear it. Believe it or not, we don't make a habit of roughing up newcomers. We? He notices you to turn at the junction. Havenage. We are all one dysfunctional family. Thing puts an arm around you. I'm not part of the security branch, though. Don't worry. I'm with systems. Havenage? Think of us as an administrative association for the lower eye, depending on who you talk to, whether emerged as a response to or a continuation of Andre Erlin's original union. Miles. Personally, I avoid the topic. Stops you in a quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I saw you lift those plans and, well, I know a little about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you. Glances around. But this is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare, then, when you are settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He puts you back on the he puts you on the back. Pats you on the back. His voice bright and his dark look gone. Stay clean, sleeper. I won't always be watching. He walks off down the dark passage, raising a hand in farewell. Yay, I met a friend, I think? The Overlook Bar, sealed dock. Ankita, stranded mercenary. Ooh. Hey you, wanna earn a shit? Ankita stands beside a huge pile of tied together hull plates. She stretches out her back and her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Make it two. Sure. You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into two bundles. What is with this place? She says as she lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. Continue. He straightens up to an imposing height. Her armor plates creaking and looks you up and down. Don't try anything, alright? Taps the butt of her sidearm. I don't want to have to put anyone else down today. Wouldn't think of it. Good. He pauses. Look, I'm not usually... Let's just say my temper's been a little short lately. Ankita hoists one bundle of plating onto her shoulder. Come on then, enough chat, you've got to earn that shit. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Sorry about that. Apparently my taxes are ready to be signed. Anyway. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Ankita gives you a look. twice in a row in the same spot. Struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Akita gives you a look. Hips this way. And she sets off down a gantry at impressive speed. You catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores? Stevedores? But I don't know what that is. Why are you doing this yourself? You wanted to hiring those good folk? She nods back at the stevedores. I've paid Havenage enough. They are currently rinsing me for a mooring I can't vacate unless I either fix the ambergris or sell it off as scrap. Ambergris, is that your ship? You catch on fast. She gives you another of her looks. Rapidly, she turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on her last job and had to moor up here for a spell. But since then, it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from our ship mind, so now she's gone dark. Shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is I'm short one ship mind with a ton of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind I'd been stranded. So yeah, it's been a time. Anything I can do to help? I don't know, got a ship mind tucked away on that frame of yours? For a moment, you aren't sure if she's serious. Akita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. He holds the second bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. Passes the bundles of plates to the ambergris's outer lock, and then turns back. Just don't go spreading all this around. Akita throws you a couple of chits. Consider it a bonus for not trying to grift me. He gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. Alright, get out of here. Calls back and the log slams shut. I like Ankita. Fix the ambergris. Ankita's cutter is out of commission. I'll get it running again. Let's see. Locked action. Rewire drones. Ankita has a couple of glitched repair drones in storage. If you can rewire them, they can repair the ambergris for you. Amber hull repairs. Ankita needs help. Needs all the help she can get with the ambergris. Marked with damage. The hull is a good place to start. Ship shaping grounded. I mean, I can repair the amber. Let's do it. Yay! Plus we'll do the ship shape. With Ankita's help, you systematically isolate, remove, repair, and reseal the hull plates. Amber looks better and better by the hour. Overlook bar. Get a drink. Costs 6 cryo. The Overlook regular. The Overlook isn't exactly a restaurant, meaning the only way you'll gain trust around here is with a stiff drink. Tella keeps some expired Solheim rations behind the bar for those weary spaces who ask why Overlook doesn't serve food. Put 10 cryo to buy a ration. Alright, the sealed dock. Unlock maglock. Requires data. Things are really opening up here. Let's buy some rations. Plus 10 to energy, minus 10 cryo. Thankfully, the rations barely trigger the limited taste sensorium of your frame. It's like eating sheets of cardboard. Get a drink too. We'll become a regular in no time. Plus 1 energy, and I get energy from that. I need to find a doctor soon, but I need to go sleep now. It is an Eber. Container. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting skeletal ring, surrounds you. For a moment, you are gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. And and the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange and then extensions, as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the billions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station. No, you feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. Observe it, or touch it. Touch it. You feel a point in the station, you connect to it, pulse through it, follow loops and paths under and around it. You touch more points than you have fingers, and then you try, in a moment of impulsiveness, to connect them. The flow passes through you so rapidly that you feel yourself being carried with it, splitting and separating, eddying and gathering. As you do, things occur to you, things that you can't possibly know. You reach out, try to grasp them, try to touch them too. You notice a tugging feeling, pulling at you, insistently, as if it were a small child. Somehow it is pulling you in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second, and you feel it waiting there, the station splayed out across your mind. A storm of connective nodes waiting to be explored, and then it is gone. I only have 3 dice today. That's not good. Let's head to Dragos' yard. Get him back in business. Negative outcome. Frick. God damn it. I need to... Alright. Well, shit. Go get some booze. Ooh, I got some scrap components. Filters, capacitors, sensors, useful salvage to the right person. Okay. +1 energy, +1 overlook regular, -6 cryo. Yay! Action complete. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, Haunt, the spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own lame joke. Playing human? Ignore him. You hunch a little further, staring at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scar the bar's surface. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Out! The voice calls from behind you. Bat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall and vent you all into hard vacuum. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. Catch! You reach up a hand and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. That was the wrong choice. I'm fading. Dang. Through the haze of glass and Girol vapor, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now flanked by other figures, quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your arm, and it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back onto your stool. Broken glass rattles as it is cleared, and a fresh measure of Girol is glugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol in a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. He disinfects them and then turns to you. That was an ambitious catch, she smiles, pulling a sliver of glass from your forearm. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the string of status messages your body delivers concerning thermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Watch her. Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. He hones in on each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles to herself. So, you've been on the eye long? Just arrived. I thought so. I've only seen you in here a couple of times. A splinter clinks into the tin. Not everyone is like that, idiot. We don't all hate you. He glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you. Maybe they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place. Trust me. He meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything, or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I know the rations we've got aren't much, and the company is, he leans in, limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar, and if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. Places her tweezers in the tin with a clink. That's you, sleeper. Here. She slides a glass of Girol to you. This'll help. She stops her hand. She stops. Her hand's still on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? No idea. He laughs. I'll keep trying. I'll let you know if I see any difference. She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long is retelling how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction, and you instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. Take a sip of Girol. The earthy fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. Is she a doctor? Bar shift? Bars engage. Good service. Okay, so engage is not my strong suit. No skill points yet. Elysium Crossing. Dock B. Field dock. Need data for that. Douglas's yard, empty container. What is this? Assist a shipbuilder, engineer. You don't have connections, but you do have skills. If you can get a shipbuilder to notice them, you might be in. Or haul materials. As a newcomer, you can only gain favor by grabbing a load of materials and asking the nearest yard hand where to take them. That's one way to get a job, I guess. To sleep, it looked like. And cycle. Right. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. Sparkles with glittering lights, like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads you see bright shapes, patches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. Follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, and lead off into the void. You begin to understand. These are nodes and connections, a map of information, of communication. There are so many layers, so many loops that it seems almost impossible to parse, but you begin to try. Focus on the nodes. The nodes are glassy, bright, but in all this flow, the only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid, or a triangle. Dimensions are difficult here. And lean close to it. Inside, shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads, a meeting point of exchange. But before you can glimpse any further, the glass clouds and hardens, cutting you off. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes, one leads to another. There is so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then, that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see two lines, two threads pulling in different directions as they were tied around you. The first thread leads out, away from the station, into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They are in a ship. The ship is approaching ever closer with each second. The second thread leads you in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something. A sphere shimmering above a strange, angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. You open your eyes. Time is short. Hunted. Someone is out there tracking you, following your trail. It won't be long before they arrive. 1, 2, 3. I have 8 cycles before they get here. The cloud. Something has changed inside you. You now access the data cloud of the Eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While there, you can use dice and items to access items and extract data. But be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click to see the I button on the top of the screen to toggle this view on and off. Where's the I? Oh, there it is. Oh, shit. Havenage agent. That is very cool. Let's do a whole dissection. Need to get some, wait, I can't buy the booze anymore. I guess I gotta buy rations. It is a little bit more efficient anyway. Under wet dock. The ambergris. I need to... Local knowledge. I need to find a doctor. I was kind of hoping that Tala was a doctor, but alright. The local knowledge. Finally, a doctor. Sabine. And Emphas, street food vendor. Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the quo, trying not to bring attention to yourself. We're thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place, but now that you're here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hab block, they've all made the long quo a test of your nerve. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body, will compress a shiver and shuffle toward the front of the quo. Try to find something to distract yourself. Look at the enforcer. The enforcer is looking down the corridor, and you dare to glance at him. His purpose is unmistakable. He is there to intimidate, to threaten, and if necessary, carry out those threats. His broad shoulders are framed with a metal exoskeleton. A couple of mirror-like implants sit below his eyes like mercury teardrops. subsidiary sense input or aesthetic markers. You aren't sure. But you also aren't familiar with the geometric blade-like tattoo on his arm. But you make note of it. You avert your eyes when he looks back at the quote. After a few more moments, a figure pushes through the doorway. You catch a distant voice. Then the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above. And for a moment, you are transfixed by the motion. "Come, sit," calls a sharp voice. You see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. Make your way across the room. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak. They blink, then quickly regain their composure. "Please sit." They gesture to the bed, and then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. "Remain still, please." Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. "How long have you been on the station?" they ask, a scanner still to their eye. "A few cycles." They nod. "It's good you came to me." They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. "I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything." They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. "Your body is dying." They say it without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SNARP doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose. Prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping. They built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which SNARP remains the sole producer of. Look up. Sound familiar? Yes. Good. That may help. They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. "I'm sorry," Sabine says, and you're unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm, and SNARP has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. "I know little of this is of use to you." They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something. Anything. Sabine turns to face you. "I may be able to help." They sigh. You see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. "You saw Toshiro outside?" "God. He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They are influential in the low end. They give me this space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds." They look away. "But Yatagan has connections. Smugglers from the Starward Belt, mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance." Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous. It'll be expensive, but I think we can do it. Why help me?" Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. "Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead." You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower end of the market, you look back up to see the panels of the roof, to see if you can see their face. But the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. Sabine's surgery, makeshift doctor surgery. Sabine thinks they can source some stabilizer through Yatagan, but it is going to take a few cycles. Oh, I should have done that earlier, it looks like. Hardware exchange. Play the exchange. its Intuit, or sell components. The Ort Exchange is always hungry for new hardware to buy up, break down, and sell off. And you are happy to supply it. Trusted Trader. There's an old ship mine fabrication stuck in the back of the market, but only trusted traders get access to it. Oh, so this is how I get a ship mine for the ambergris. The flow of chits and components in the exchange is complex. But a sharp eye and some tight trades can net you a good margin. I can play the fucking stocks. Emphas. Emphas is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok. His other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables and some red fleck dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with the bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. Approach. You join the queue. It's mostly made of off-duty salvagers, vac suits unzipped and rolled down to expose stained vests, grubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. They discuss the best food on the eye, the best drink, comparing notes on bright market dives, their words cut through with heavy spacer slang. Eventually it's your turn, and you shuffle to the front. Emphas speaks in a deep, even tone, without looking up. First try is free. Thank him. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks. The earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy, the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers, Emphas says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks. His eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility in its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container, and the endless cycle spent within it. Now, it seems, you tell him, like some dream that you once had but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, that you are unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually, you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more. He smiles. But next time, you pay. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner side, and it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the wok. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. Oh, scarification! You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. I've never seen first tries free for a restaurant. Let's see, I can try to work some more on the ambergris, or at Dragos' yard. Only 25% chance of not finishing back in business. Wait for saving to acquire the stabilizer. Let's do... build a ship mine, fix the ambergris. Heard talk of a fabricator owned by the Ort Exchange. With that and a few fragments, you could build a ship mine core. Get to know Emphas. Emphas loves two things, stories and food. Maybe if you supply him with both, you can hear his story. Let's track repay Dragos. Take a look at the data stuff. Keynote 4693. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your dice to the one displayed on the right of the action. If you have a +2 or a +1 or +2 modifier in the interface skill, you will be given more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice displayed. Once unlocked, the data can be extracted. Oh, okay, cool. This node is orbited by the remains of a corporate countermeasure broken long ago by hackers. Okay, well I can't do that one. Wilhelm Gate. As far as the data, this gate conceals a network of systems which have been untouched since the Solheim collapse. Haven Edge agent. Haven Edge member is broadcasting on the open network from here, leaving them open to data extraction. This node pulses faintly as it mines cryo at a glacial pace, abandoned by the hacker that repurposed it. Let's steal some data from this Haven Edge agent. Bypass. Extract data. +1 Haven Edge data. Cache of raw data from Haven Edge hardware. Where is that? The steel dock. That's not the right kind of data, it looks like. Let's get some sleep. Got a 6 this time. Let's finish Dragos' thing off. This is guaranteed. +15 cryo and plus back in business. Takes you a while to get a handle on Dragos' equipment, but before long you are precisely slicing down hull plates into neat piles. Back in business! Yay! I did it. What? Okay. I can talk to Dragos. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red, blinking lights flash across a vast, dark shape, suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structures, spilling from holes in the twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Dragos stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it is lowered into the yard. He is. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. We struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for this monstrous craft. We can't help but think of what became of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? He glances at you. I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. Oh, what happened to the ship? Not my concern, he shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container, the wreck of the Essen Art freighter lowered into the yard. Like a corpse ready to be butchered? Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own? A womb for your rebirth into this strange station. You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Dragos squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we are up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship, emblazoned on its side. Winter Light. Let's do it. Slaps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty, Dragos repeats. Perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting. and then slip out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. Hey, yay, I got an upgrade point. You've completed your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Access your character menu via the arrow button at the top right of the... Ooh. Forensic Trawl. Investigating the winter light means picking through its systems and structures with care. It won't pay, but you may find answers. Cutter salvage. Ship breaking is tougher than slicing up loose salvage, but Dragos is happy to pay you a fixed wage if you're up to it. Yard clearance. History or no, this ship is salvage. As Dragos always says, break it down, move it on. Dragos' nerve. Dragos seems increasingly nervous about your presence in the yard. You're not sure he's going to hold his nerve much longer. Red Cutter has brought in... Okay. Has a history to discover if you're curious. I can work a little bit on the ambergris, but... Self-repair. Use scrap components at home to repair condition. I have scrap components. I can just... If I can level up again, then I won't need the stabilizer stuff to fix myself. Study the winter light. It's Intuit. Go Forensic Troll. +2 winter light. And a scrap item. Couldn't be anything from a negative, I don't think. I just won't make progress. Can I take Intuit? Predictive reasoning sounds pretty good. Sunbathed dice action allows energy recovery at home. Testing in cryo and interface action. I would need another upgrade point to get self-repair. Let's do Intuit for now. Perk predictive reasoning at plus winterlight plus yard clearance. Okay, I got a winterlight. I think if I get a negative, I get plus yard clearance. That makes sense, I think. And the cycle. Whoever is hunting me down gets closer. Oh, I rolled horribly today. Oh, Fang is out. Okay, Scrap freighter. Buy some scrap. Most of what comes in from the steward belt is corroded trash, but sometimes something valuable can be found among the salvage. Big stuff goes to the shipyard. It's just one of those days. Unload containers. It's an endure skill. Offloading scrap. Freighter will stay docked for as many cycles as it takes to offload its hull of scrap into the Havenage yards. The freighter crew are eager to get their payload into the ore exchange. They'll pay a wage to anyone willing to help them. I just get plus 15 cryo from this. I can also buy some scrap. What do you want, Fang? Leaper. Fang catches your attention as you approach the Havenage building, leaning against the bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier to come in this way. Security, all that. Gives you a look, you know. He slams a button on and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Fang inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnostic slates, and things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blend into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Fang leans on a server stack and gestures around. You like it? It's incredible. He smiles widely. I thought you'd say that. He taps a nearby server stack with bleeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from the sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. He steps over to a towering block, speckled with vents. Some of these systems are from the original station. AE-1, the one Solheim built. We've had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye, think they're seeing a concrete reality. This place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. We are keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. Stops. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. Heck yes! I am on board! He turns back to face you among the flickering machines, humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. Can't you? I can see it. It makes sense, right? You're between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the systems around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Fang notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. They are tracking me. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see. Access protocols lost to time and decay. Secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in Havenage there is old growth. Those whose roots trace back into those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past and I'll see what I can do about that tracker of yours. He winks. What do you say, Sleeper? I'm in! Fuck yes! Fang pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye. You won't regret it, Sleeper. Fang passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift! He smiles. It's a Solheim cipher. I dug it up from the depths of the station. Plot that into an old network gate and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours to see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods at the ceiling, have granted me an acquisitions budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door shut. The door button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper, and I'll see you soon. You step, blinking, back out into the passage, those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. I gotta drive! Disable your tracker, extract the past. Fang said he will disable your SNR tracker if you can get to the bottom of his mystery first. Fang wants to dig into old Solheim networks in the search of secrets that could change the future of the station. Let's get some food. Fungus fan. Emphasis doesn't trust people easily, but he notices his regular customers in his own quiet way. Let's get some fungus. +3 energy. Holy shit. Let's do... one more cycle and Sabian can get me the thing I need. Let's break into that Solheim vault. Gave me the cipher. This gate conceals a network of systems which have been untouched since the Solheim collapse. Gate S7 access. With a squawk of noise, the old gate flips open, granting access. Solheim node, key node, Solheim node. There's a Havenage agent. A Solheim daemon attempts to protect this node, squeaking out protective protocols like a mantra. We got 1. This node is leaking corrupted contractor lists from the early days of the system's Palladium rush. Let's get that. I got Solheim data. A cloud. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread, growing tight around you. It tethers you in place. A taste. The voice makes you shiver. Its source somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent. Processing. Stay still. Please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature, in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What are you? The shape paces around you on lithe legs, though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity, identify, origin, serial, cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Sleeper, Essen Arc. Unknown. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature. Of and not of. Attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and weave. They approach with intent. Stop. The figure holds its threads, head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I'm a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. Hunter. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Sealed dock? An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. Copy. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. Strike. You lash out with all your force. Not a physical strike, but a focusing. A spike of interference leaping out like the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. Wake up. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. Okay, so I have to deal with that thing. I can get this other thing. Got the Solheim data. Time to leave. And I needed 2 for this one. Open my eyes. Deliver data. Copy! Hold on. Fang will pay you well for any Solheim data you dredge up from the Eye's old systems. What he does with it is anyone's guess. Let's give him the Solheim data I've gotten. Scoping the systems. I need a 2 now, and then I can complete this and get another point. For now, let's see if I intuit. 50% chance to get +2 winter light on a positive, or I either get +1 yard clearance or +1 winter light. Go. Yes! Copy! Copy. Asleep. I could buy some scrap, but I have enough to do the thing. Need one more day, and then Sabin can help me. -1 condition, -2 energy. Jeez. Declining. Oh god. I only have 2 dice today. It's getting bad, folks. Sabin, help. First thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes. The dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabin's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it. Sabin stands with a case opened in front of them. A set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. I have no idea how Yatagan... They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. I'm the test case? That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabin holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs. Which means the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away. At least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I'll start with a small dose, to limit the risk. Okay, let's do it. Sabin cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe. You watch as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site. A fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabin appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. Swim in darkness. Muffled noises, like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabin is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake? Yes. The stabilizer is genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yatagan acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabin looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you are going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabin nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room, and they return to their glowing slate, looking around the room. It seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been out. Sabin? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet, and wander out into the hallway. The quo stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Yay, I'm stable! You don't get more dice, though. Let's finish our forensic troll. Wait, why don't I have my Intuit? Oh. Oh, so okay. Well, that sucks. Fill me with horses because I'm stable. Yeah, I got a scrap item. Go get some more mushrooms. +3 energy, +1 fungus fan. I could buy some more scrap. I'm good on food for today, though. Let's get some sleep. If we get a, I think it was a 2, I can finish Fang's thing, get another skill point. I didn't get a 2. Fuck. Let's see. +1 upgrade point for +1 Intuit. It would take me 2 upgrade points to get +1 interface. Progress is shipyard. Let's finish the winter light. I got the winter light. Continue. Squeezed into the office at the entrance to the yard. You lay out everything you have on the winter light across the metal desk. Your makeshift forensic notes glow on Dragos' old writing slate, overlapping lines and scrawled annotations. A set of drone scans fill the small terminal with a spectrum of colors, a heat map of damage and decay. A crumpled printout from the office's ship registry lies beside them, synthetic paper so thin it is almost transparent. Look at the slate. Your attempts at a reconstruction of the Winterlight before its fatal accident consists of a series of overlapping sketches and diagrams, showing possible layouts and configurations of the gutted cutter. This was no off-the-shelf model. It was heavily modified. Parts replaced with inventive configurations. The new retrofitted into the old. Handmade joints and reconditioned filters. This was someone's pride and joy. A lifetime project kept running with care and intuition. It also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first, where the hull had been thickened. The corners rounded to disguise the change, but they are there. Look at the printout. A plain list shows the registration history of the Winterlight, the gaps between entries tantalizingly opaque. Its first registration was a couple of thousand cycles ago on this very station, logged at the central hub. From here, the registry tells the story of a busy ship, one that rarely stayed on station for more than a few cycles, and often took on voyages that kept it away from the eye for up to 100 cycles. Winterlight got little rest. Look at the monitor. Reactor failure. This is the verdict that anyone would have returned after a cursory glance at these stacked heat maps of the remains of the Winterlight. On the terminal screen, the ship is shown in section, blotches of color marking the approximate damage the ship sustained. Dominating the view is a single blood-red rose, radiating from the ship's fraction drive. A simple story, a catastrophic failure of the drive core, leading to a fatal hull breach. A well-documented failure, likely brought on by wear or misuse. But you aren't looking at the rose of the reactor, you're looking at a smaller, paler mark, one that might be easy to miss at first glance. It is thumbprint-sized, and delicately placed over the control servos for the ship's main external airlock. It suggests a controlled, shaped explosion, one designed to punch through the hull and allow access to the airlock from the outside. You're looking at it because it is troubling you. An old ship, many cycles under its belt, carefully maintained. A reactor failure preceded by a carefully concealed external entity. carefully concealed external entry, a suite of hidden compartments tucked away. This was the Winterlight. This was its story. But that's not the full story, because there's something else. It is little more than a list, a tiny chunk of data you were able to pull from the ship's systems. The main systems were fried, of course, but the Winterlight had a separate system, one tucked away in one of its hidden compartments, armored, air-walled. This list, the only recoverable piece from the whole system, is a partial inventory. It details the contents of the hidden compartments. Some of it you recognize, some of it you don't. Ship mine ROMs, shimmer, cryo chain codes, and then the final entry, passenger, sleeper. You stare at the list on the terminal and try not to think about what it was like, arriving here, in the cold for so long, half frozen in the freight container. Had the sleeper been smarter? Luckier? How had they convinced the Winterlight, a smuggler ship if you ever saw one, to extract them from Essen-Arp? Luckier, you laugh. There had been no remains found in any of the Winterlight's compartments. You had checked. They weren't so lucky, you guess. Luckier. You laugh. There had been no remains found in any of the Winterlight's compartments. You had checked. They weren't so lucky, you guess. Not in the end. You hold up a vial of stabilizer to the light. This was all you find in their compartment. Parting gift from Essen-Arp. Well, it won't go to waste now. You put it back in your pocket. The thought still bothers you, though. 2 ships carrying sleepers coming into the same yard? 2, one after the other? That feels wrong. You flick back and forth between datasets on the terminal, thinking. And you see that thumbprint again. The mark of someone trying to get in. Someone who entered the Winterlight with precision and speed. And when they were done, left the reactor to clean up the rest. The thought of that person makes you shiver. Suddenly the office door creaks open. Dragos stands in the doorway, staring at the equipment and notes you have assembled. What is all this? He snatches the slate from the desk, faster than you realize he could move. You're running an investigation here? What am I paying you for? The drone on his shoulder starts whining shrilly, his anger passing to it through his implants. Are you hiding something? Hiding something? I'm hiding you, goddammit! And what are you doing for me? Digging around in my business. He starts shaking his head. I know you have a lot of questions, but this isn't the way. He turns away, muttering to himself. This is the last thing I need. This ship had a sleeper on it. Dragos freezes, suddenly angry. What did you say? He pushes past you to look at the terminal, at the list. He shakes his head. So what? Aren't all you trying to escape? You're lucky it was you that made it out alive, not them. He folds his arms indignantly. Dragos seems to steady himself and then turns back to you, heat map of the reactor failure reflecting in his headset's glassy eyes. I've given you a place to stay. I've given you work. He stumbles over the words. Unsure what to say. There's plenty of others who would have sold you on, turned you in. Not me, no. I know. He softens. Look, you've helped me too. He quiets the drone. I've done well by you, and you've returned the favor. He straightens up. He clears his throat. But this obsession you have with this ship isn't going to work for me. I can't have you making my clients nervous. I can't have you digging up whatever it is you're after. He sighs. You can't work here anymore. Well, I guess we got fired from the shipyard. No. I need the work. There's plenty of work to be had on the Eye. Salvagers need offloads on the Rotunda, and the Otagon are always looking for crew. I'm not the only show in town. Dragos reaches across you and flicks off the terminal. As the light of the monitor dies, a kind of eerie calm falls on both of you. Whatever this was, it is done. You made it out, sleeper. That means you have to move on. Someone killed that ship and its crew, or what if they come from me? Then you run. You don't come here. You don't scream. You don't shout. You run. In the dark, Dragos' headset glints. Wish for a moment you could see his eyes and meet them. Maybe then he would understand. You get up from the desk and Dragos gathers the notes, stuffing them into a pocket of his overalls. He holds the door for you, his headset as expressionless as always. You can stay in the container, and won't take that from you. Don't come back. His tone is final, definite, with an edge of disappointment. You walk out of the office, then out of the yard, not stopping to look back. You leave the yard, thumbing the vial in your pocket, knowing that this, at least, guarantees you a little more time. As you walk, your mind once again drifts to that person who killed the Winterlight, whether or not that person will come for you. Stabilizer, corporate pharmaceutical. I can use this whenever I want. Alright, I could save up for self-repair, or I can get rid of my engage penalty, or I could use it now then. I'm at full! Don't. I could get bonus synthetic skin, or +1 intuit. Let's hold on to this point for now. The ambergris. Let's track fix the ambergris. Need access to corporate pharmaceutical. Oh, okay. Buy a vial of stabilizer. Oh. Will that give me another point? Like right now? Oh, it costs 100 cryo to get stabilizer. Holy shit. David is selling off the case of stabilizer vial by vial. You haven't been able to talk with them last visit. Well, shoot. I need a bunch of money to get a vial of stabilizer. Which means, I guess, let's get... Oh, right, I can't upgrade my engineer. Ever. Let's fix the ambergris up a bit. Grounded. +1 shape. Yay! Not worth the risk. Okay, let's... I can unload some containers. What's going on here? Oh, it's probably like a merchant coming in. Endure or assist a shipbuilder. Let's help offload some scrap. Got 15 cryo, but -1 condition. Yay, +15 cryo. There was the Ort exchange. I can sell some components for some money and also to get trusted trader. That's enough to buy a vial. Koshiro takes the chits and hands you a vial. When you ask after saving, he doesn't respond. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial, clutched tightly in your... You open your hand and a thin film, marked with holes and sigils, unrolls around the vial. At one end it is a hard metal strip handle. Back to the film. Hold the cloudy film up to the light. It is perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word among markings. Pass key. This is an entry key for somewhere. Back the handle. The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted into it. 207F, and then crudely scratched into the handle at some later date. Low end. For a moment, you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, then quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this? Or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end and find out. I can upgrade I can use self-repair! So I won't need to buy stabilizer anymore. This music is really atmospheric. Let's get some sleep. Inject stabilizer, perk self-repair. With some careful engineering, you can patch up your damaged body with scrap components. The result isn't pretty. Well, ooh, I got a 2. That's exactly what I need. For Solheim note. Extract data. Yay, Steve. Alright, Fang, I got your data. Plus 15 cryo, plus 1 scoping systems, minus 1 Solheim data. Fang. As you enter the bay, Fang is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out in the dark in staccato rhythms. Unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads. Fang's voice echoes from behind a stack, followed by the hammer of a fist on the metal casing. These snaky shitheads. Who's snaky? Sleeper! Fang's smelling head pops out from behind a stack. Just the emulated consciousness I have been eager to see. Come back here. You pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Fang is sat in front of a set of monitors, mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Fang waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. Poppy? You stuck? No, she's good. Lean in closer, looking for links in the data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. People. People, yes, but whose people? Solheim. Bingo. He taps at the terminal. I pulled these from the old Deddy you brought in. All employees of the Eye's original owners. And? He leans past you and scrolls the list down. This one. This is a snaky shithead. He stabs at the... he stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardin Hurst. Friend of yours? Then gives you a sideways look. Funny you should say that, Sleeper. He drags a stool out beside him and motions for you to sit. There just so happens to be a Hardin Hurst. In Havenage. He waits for your reaction. In Havenage. Be sure. Well, that's where you might be able to... That's where you might be able to help me. Fang leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on this station as a... Fang leans across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Fang raises his eyebrows at you. Our Hardin was keeping the money coming in for Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out to were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept the profit. Good old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure which meant that their cut of the work they did went straight back to Solheim. How do you know this? I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I am a child of the collapse. Fang turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked on Solheim ships. They breathed Solheim air and slept in Solheim beds. Fang's voice rises as he speaks, his hands fists on the terminal edge. And the work that paid for that existence, the cycles of hard extraction out in the belt, Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak. My parents were just another in the list of the long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy, dabbing at Hardin once again with his finger, strategized all that, did the sums, and then somehow, thousands and thousands of cycles later, is still going. Still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. But how? These guys? They were big time. There's a lot money can get you if you're a company man. Fang relaxes a little. But how is Hardin still kicking? I really don't know. He turns to you and smiles. So we're gonna find out. Hardin is now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back up the eye from here. Fang brings up the map of the lower eye. Havenage might be born out of Erland's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy it is not. Hardin happened to float to the top. Fang zooms in on the far yards. Fang grimaces. The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid and they don't like anyone from systems digging around in their stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. Fang holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripper worm. He turns the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardin Hurst. Hands it over. Getting into the compound might be tricky. Fang puts a hand on your shoulder. But you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Fang grins. If you can extract yourself a Havenage cipher from a Havenage agent, they sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. So what do you say? Up for it? Yes! I knew it! I knew you'd be happy to catch this snake. Don't worry. Once we nail this guy, I'll start work on that tracker of yours. I haven't forgotten. Fang scratches at his chin. Anything the worm gets, it'll send it back here to me. There's something wrong here, and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Fang, digging through data among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eye as it once was. A vast machine, running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim-built machine, into which thousands poured from the surrogate systems, looking for a new life. The hope of a better future, engineered to line someone else's pockets. It's an idea you're intimately familiar with. You think of Hardin, still alive, still part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. Hey, what am I doing? Mark the past. Hack a Havenage agent, get a cipher. To get a cipher. Well, here's an agent. What do you want? 2. I don't have a 2. Another 2. I don't have a 2. A Yatagon agent. 1. I can't match that. Node. Data here is part of cache tucked away during the collapse. Who hid this and for what purpose? I don't have a 2. Don't have a 1. Come on. 1. 3. I could get this. This node is orbited by the remains of a corporate countermeasure broken long ago by hackers. Yeah, sure, why not? Bypass. Extract data. +1 encrypted key. Ripper worm. Self-guided program that scalps data from closed networks. Wait, can I just put the worm in the Havenage agent? Apparently not. With my eyes again. Okay, so the scrap thing is gone. Let's go work on the ambergris a little bit. Yep, this is it. We win. It's ship shape. Leave. Ankita. Ankita is crouched in the computing core of the ambergris, swearing to herself when you enter. Continue. She doesn't look up. These shits completely ruin the core's connections when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. The ship mine they ripped won't even be usable. It won't even be reusable without replacing these. He throws the bundle of wires across the room. Amateurs. Can we repair it? There's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mine. Not exactly the first thing you can expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. Eyes. Fragments, maybe. Sections of a mine, but a complete ship mine? No way. Ankita climbs out of the cooling well where the ship mine should be. Space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she stoops beneath the low curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back to the guts of Amber, though you could find your way back yourself. The repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout, all diagonal angles and bundled tubes. What do we do now? Ankita seems lost in thought. You focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually, you arrive in the galley. Though it's hard to tell, most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hull patches. Ankita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it. Starts out of nowhere. We need a new ship mine. I can salvage one. I like your confidence, Sleeper. Maybe we check the ore exchange or speak to some scrap dealers. She rubs her forehead. It seems I'm about to do something very stupid. But hey, I came here, didn't I? Why not make a run of it? He fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all I've got. No crew, no friends. You're it. He looks uncomfortable. I appreciate the time you put in on Amber, and I'm sure she would too if she could. What I'm saying is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. Leans back over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't dare to count them. Get me that ship mine, Sleeper. Don't make me regret this. You won't. Nice. Look, just get out of here before I change my mind. You slip out of the galley and head back towards the main lock. As you do, Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. Reach a hand out to calm her. Time to find Ankita's ship mine. Pull the ship mine. We're gonna help Amber. Go to the ore exchange. Holy shit, she gave me 100 cryo. Let's get... Trusted Trader. Sell some scrap components. +1 Trusted Trader, -1 scrap components. If only I'd bought some scrap from that thing and sold it there. I need to get some food. Buy some fungus. Leave. And we eat. I have a 1 and a 2. I could do some hacking. But port exchange. Get some more cryo and finish trusted trader. The Ord Fabricator. Reclamation fabrication stuff. Replicate ship mind. Ship minds cannot be built from scratch. If you have enough, salvage components can be reassembled with a fabricator. How do I get? I get fragments. Need to get some food anyway. So go finish fungus fan. Talk to Emphis. Sleeper! Emphis calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. There was a handful of chopped mushrooms into his walk, fire lighting up, leaping up to meet the oil. I see you, cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from the plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. He looks up at you. Nothing stolen. You pause, voice rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you'd like to tell Emphis. You look at Emphis, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with some spice. Tell him about your dreams. All the sleepers, you tell Emphis, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorms scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those gray, skeletal after-images of systems and structures, threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares. They were reflections of reality. Distorted, yes, but somehow true. You yearned, back then, keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink. Now you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell him that you do not know if there's a reason for your dream. Perhaps you reason it is just some side effect, a particular quality of the frame you inhabit. But whatever it is a gift. Hope to make use of it. Emphis finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, smiles. You are quite the storyteller. Eyes you, and you realize that he is trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Emphis passes you the meal he has cooked. You take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks. A natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the emptying market. But my time is done for today, and I do not want to keep you longer, so I will make a proposal. He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind his stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple of cycles ago. It said that across the gap, in the greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. You heard this? No. Neither had I, but I trust the one who told me. Emphis begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap, and worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I'm sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I will prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. Hell yes! Agreed! Good, booms Emphis. Then I will wait for you to bring them. Emphis slides his walk away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. You turn away and walk back into the main market. The rich taste of Emphis's food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, you think. A trade that seems more than fair. Emphis is awesome. Alright, let's hack an agent. Ooh, that'll work. Bypass. Can I do this? Nope, apparently not. I got Havenage data, but I don't know what to do with it. I can go to low end. Pay the low end toll. You hand the chits over to the Yatagon enforcer and he nods you through. Oh, I've got more stuff. The Free Spoke, towering transit hub. Founder's Gap. Gap in the ring station. To reach the Greenway, you need to pay for a pass, a practice invented by the spacers moored here. They call it Founder's Ferry. You need to pay for more station, come on. Enter the Spoke, a tangled network of service passages and makeshift tunnels cut through the Spoke as if it were a hive. There are no maps here. Scale the Spoke! Blistered with precarious elevators and stairways, the Spoke can be navigated from the outside, but the climb requires bravery. Why would I climb it? What? So minus energy to climb the Spoke from the outside, minus condition if I go inside and mess up? What? What's in low end? Block maintenance. Maintained by the residents, the ramshackle blocks are always in need of repairs. Helping out is a good way to make friends. The clack of filter caps can be heard in every concourse in the low end as the residents play rotating rounds of this game for cryo. Play Tavla. It's into it. Let's do a block maintenance. Yay! Random scrap item. And down here, I think... Oh. Merchant Freighter. Ooh, Merchant Freighter. What do you got? Haggle over prices! You and the merchants know these fragments are overpriced, but are they willing to admit it? You'll get one chance to see. Buy ship mine fragment. 60 cryo. Merchants have acquired a couple of rare ship mine fragments, but they are selling them at a high price. Limited supply. Ship mine fragments are hard to come by. The system's merchants can only source a couple at a time. Well, I'll buy one. Guess I'll sell my scrap at the Ort Exchange. Then I'll go to this shipyard here. And I'll do some shipbuilding. Yeah, I got +1 yard hand, and no money, apparently. Cool. Cool. I have 2 stabilizers I can use, so I'm still good for now. Four dice, got pretty good ones. The guy's coming, like, today. How do I get the thing? Agent. That's locked. Yatagon agent. Bypass. I can't Ripper Worm? What do I use the Ripper Worm for? Build dock. Oh, encrypted key. I need another encrypted key. That. Where do I make money? I could work at the bar. I have very bad engage. Go to the Ort Exchange and attempt to make 19 cryo. I got it. need one more cryo. How do I get it? Yes, I can get building and hope I get the citizen woken up yet. Welcome in, Phoebe. Seems to have. I've managed to secure the stuff I need to survive. I'm just trying to not get tracked down by the corporation. It is kind of complicated. Not quite as Disco Elysium as I was expecting, but I like it. Got +1 yard hand. I didn't get paid. Yeah, okay, good. I got some cryo. Finally, I can buy that other ship mine fragment. About choosing where to spend your spoons. Basically, yeah. The age-old dilemma. I need one more ship mine fragment, and then I can make a ship mine for Ankita. Deliver ship mine. Ankita gave you a stack of shit so you can acquire a ship mine for Amber. Better make sure you deliver. Well, she's not giving me a time limit, so that's good. Alright, let's see what happens when Hunted completes. Ethan. Hold it there, sleeper. Comes a voice from behind you. Don't you run. Stay still. Good. Good. Hand pats your coat down. You know your master's voice. Spins you around. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket. You immediately know he is terrible news. Got all the way out here and then stayed put? He laughs a cruel laugh. That a sleeper thing? You're my first. You barely hear him. You notice the handgun he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from the belt loop without taking his eyes off you. They can get to the eye, though. That's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, markets, people. I pull most of my contracts out of asteroid caves or off of godforsaken moons. He splits the ring into 2 perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Who are you? Just a freelancer on a contract. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrists. Go easy. Make a break for it. You see a chance the moment his eyes leave you to watch the rings. Spin, knocking him away and sprinting down the corridor. Then the shot rings out, echoing off the metal so loud it hurts your ears. A bullet hole smokes in the wall beside your head. You freeze and Ethan closes the gap. This is a very boring routine. Trust me, I've seen it all before. He slips the rings over your trembling wrists. Ethan nudges you to start walking. Through the ship and home, he whistles. Going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. We can work this out. Can we? I don't see much in the way of assets in your possession. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. You can't come all the way out here just to head back to S&R right away. That track of yours makes this too quick. Was hoping you'd put up a bit more of a chase, you know? A running battle through the bright market, maybe, or a holdout in the low end. There's a few establishments. I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around. You walk on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. That S&R tracker will be the death of you. Hey, I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to the ship we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. I have a better idea. This better not be one of those where you do a dramatic pause and then try to jump me, because I'm pretty tired of that. Although, muses Ethan, I've got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we are heading for the exit. He pauses, and you trudge on in silence. Okay, here's the idea, starts Ethan. You and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms. He turns you to face him. You run, or leave, or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot or scheme. You try to kill me, I shoot you. But, Miles, you come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles and you pay my tab, I don't shoot you. He pauses. You don't pay my tab. He rattles his handgun. You get the idea. I get it. Okay then. That sounds to me like a deal. He stretches. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you, but this is so much better. He clicks something at his belt and the rings release from your wrists. I'm going to see if I can find my old stool at the compressor club. Come see me there. He aims the handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you, that body of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. I'll know. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do? Plus drive. Pay Ethan's tab. If you manage to pay his tab, Ethan will leave you alone. Wishful thinking, perhaps. But what else can you do? Ethan's tab. You see Ethan at a distance, shouting from the bar for more drinks. Is this bill going to be small? This bill isn't going to be small, is it? Oh God. How do I get the thing? Back to the past. Hack the shipyard and slot the river worm. I got an encrypted key. Continue. Hunter. A glimmer in the dark catches your eyes. The orb of Hunter's head appears in the distance. It is looking for you. Hide. You slip down into the ghostly structures of the eye, feeling like passing through a cloud as their data structures deform and reform around you. Another glimmer catches your eye. Closer now. That roving orb, wreathed in tentacles, flickers, comes once, twice, then it is here. Hunter is here. Entity, submit to inquiry. Hunter reaches for you in that unpleasantly familiar way. Its waving threads creating a cage. Struggle. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You're caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity, hold for processing. Comes the scream from behind, but you're already gliding away, back to your anchor, your body. You awake. Dizzy, distorted, but safe. How do I hack the shipyard? What was it? You have another encrypted key now. Where was it? No, that's not it. How are you doing, by the way, Phoebe? I don't think I asked that. Hack a Havenic agent, get a cipher. Hack the shipyard. Let's get some, yard hand thing. Doing well, struggling to fix the porters and entry in honesty thanks to that patch. Oh no! Well, hopefully, you can get that working in time. Ooh, Lemon Mina, worker and daughter. From the walkway of the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast. A landscape of plating and frames. All along her flanks, torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. Quite beautiful, I think. Oh no, they tried to patch the bazookas back in. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He is thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches of the sidereal horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem. He leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out of the ship. And this is Mina, he adds with a smile. Hi, Mina. She stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. He's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? He buries her face in the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. Working on her, then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing to the vast ship, or just admiring. He shifts Mina's weight to his other arm. Admiring. Understandable. He nods, gazing back at the sidereal horizon. You like her too, don't you, Mina? He jostles her a little. He's Mina's and my ticket out of this place, our escape vector, so to speak. The ship? You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a Havenage contract on the sidereal horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. He smiles. We won't get to sleep the journey through, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall in a new world. He winks. Transit support? Uh-huh. Someone needs to stay awake to keep the thing running. He straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Celis Foundation is sending thousands to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations. Celis Foundation? They are Havenage's client, yeah. Some wealthy project from the core systems interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. They hired the whole shipyard out. Helped re-kit it and everything. Strokes Mina's hair. Someone else's dream, I suppose, but doesn't mean people like me and Mina can't tag along. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, whispers. Food. Pulling an exaggerated, grumpy face. She glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting, little meanie. Give Daddy a sec. He turns back to you, and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not on the Havenage crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. You have to stick together. He smiles a little shakily, and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew. I'm working on it. He looks out at the sidereal horizon, as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the vast hull. We've got to hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. You agree, Mina? He straightens up and meets your eye. Daddy loves me. He says it stubbornly, daring you to question her. Lem smiles and lifts Mina. That's it. We hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. You're just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one. He pats her back. Did we see you on a shift, huh? He turns and they walk down the hallway, away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and then a moment later, Mina turns around and stops. You robots! Her shout echoes down the hallway, and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lem. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon. A ticket out. Awesome. Disable your tracker. Get to know Emphas. Pay Ethan's tab. Win a sidereal ticket. Workers on the sidereal crew get entered into a draw for the colony ship's live-in crew. That's one way off the eye and into a new life. Wait for Ethan to run up a tab. Administration for the shipyard. Heck yes. Tracking Yadagon fragment supply. Sophisticated tech is rare on the eye, so the shipyard is having to pay for ship mine fragments they can dismantle and reuse. But I need that, though. Tracking Yatagan. A slate in the office advertises that Havenage are looking for informants on gang activity in the eye. They'll pay. Unit assembly. Sidereal Horizon assembly line. Systems fitting and structural fitting. Quality control. The Sidereal Horizon is webbed with complex systems bundled like nerves in a body. Job is to lay these systems in. So that's interface. Engineer. Structural fitting. Sidereal Horizon is assembled block by block. You earned a place on the team welding those blocks together. Welder is made for junior tech. Not supporting the weld team. A good place to prove you know how to put a ship together. Or junior tech. The systems team is looking for new members. Prove yourself a reliable tech and you are in. Okay, but how do I get the thing for Fang? Started on your way out? Probably the ambergris, but like I need Fang to disable my tracker first. What, Unit 207F? Oh! Find the entrance to the apartment. Its passkey symbol obscured beneath layers of graffiti. Who lives here? Passkey. -1 unit. Apartment unlocked. As you push the door open, automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. Amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Inspect the surfaces. Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare, and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, then to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case. Go to the doorway. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash, dispensers, water closet towards the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. Inspect the room. A bunk is tucked into the wall, the blankets ruffled. A wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled. Approach the terminal. As you approach, there's a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper! Davian's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I have had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises. Static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening within Yatagan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yatagan were supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. And then after that, I was too tired to care. The noise, like waves, passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Through the debt. But I need insurance. Something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information. And as you know, you need me. Pause. Something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers. I've been here before. I can help you, but not with Yatagan's noose around my neck. Get me data. Get me information. Get me something I can use against Yatagan. Then I can get out and get you what you need. Please. Waves of static cut into Sabian's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. You look out across the tiny room and try to imagine Sabian living here, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss, then silence. Access the terminal. You sit in front of the humming terminal and hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open, but the rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? What debt do they owe to Yatagan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase, a lab on the desk. Its glassware glinting in the dark. Gotta go get a pizza later. We'll help you get a good one, Petite. See ya. Turn away and leave, the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yatagan. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Get Sabine out. Sabine is involved in something bad with Yatagan. They need your help to escape. Well, I've got a 1 left, and that's really only good for hacking. So, let's find Yatagan. Some gang enforcers' implants are chirping out comm signals. Time to see what they were talking about. Get some Yatagan data. And I can give that to Sabine. Yatagan upload. Yay, Yatagan hack. Where do I use the Ripper Worm? Okay, oh shit, I'm out of energy. I can buy some rations, though. That'll get me through. Overlook clientele can be a tough crowd, but you have Tala's back, and that means a lot. I wish I could work for Tala, but I just don't have the skills for it. Let's get some sleep and hope Ethan doesn't fuck me over too hard. Okay, I think it's time to eject a stabilizer. Need to get some scrap. Ooh, scrap freighter. Okay, let's hack a Yatagan. Bypass. Back to data. I see now why the interfacing one was like the default. Assembly. Start engineering. Plus 12 cryo and plus 2 welders mate. Yay. Quality control. Shipbuilding spots on the Imperial horizon are hard to come by. Poor work will see you drop from the roster. Drop off this Yatagan data. Might be able to get another one. Oh, they need a 1. Load. Where was that thing that needed 2 key things? Where the heck was it? Did I miss my chance? Or... I can get some food from Emphas. Girol fricassee. Emphas wants to make this old recipe. Eat 3 handfuls of Girol caps, fresh and firm. This will get me 2 days of food worth of food, so let's do that. And I can get 15 cryo from unloading containers. Lost 1 condition, but that's fine. Get some sleep. I have not used self-repair once. Okay, I have a 1, I can use that to hack a Yatagon, and I've got 2 5s, I can go do some welding work. We should be good. Yep, Yatagon. It's always the low numbers that you need for these, which is actually very handy. Right, let's give the data to Sabine. Yatagon hacked with enough... Yep, I did it. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yatagon data uploaded. The air crackles with white noise. Sleeper? Sabine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Sabine? A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming in from somewhere on the station. This has to be short. Don't know if Yatagon are monitoring me. Their voice is hushed, distant. Try to focus on it. The data you're bringing in from Yatagon agents, there's something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants. Records of integration with their nervous system, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants, and I didn't enable any of this functionality. Voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine re-emerges. It has to be somehow baked into the wetwares interface. And that's not all. The systems compiling this data are connecting to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, why? Every Yatagon enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcer's bodies, on their performance. Why, I can't tell. But I can promise you these foot soldiers have no idea this is going on. The background tone switches, dropping to a grainy rumble. If they knew. I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yatagon could have a mutiny on their hands. You lean toward the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few seconds to put this all together, but this might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my debt. Yannick? He is one of the heads of Yatagon. A pause. It is better you don't know him. Keep it that way. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. Then the sharp crack of disconnect. Silence fills the apartment. Step back from the terminal. What does Yatagon have to gain from monitoring its own members? Try to recall what you know about the gang. You have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder, his mirrored teardrop implants set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering? More importantly, where are they sending it? You reflexively rub your forehead, trying to think. Really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yatagan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recognition that they gave when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it up, drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the pleasant sensation of being observed, the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Let's do some shipyard stuff! I'm up to 40 credits. Probably gonna get this. But one more. I did it! I made welder's mate! Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you are either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless, and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. You can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Hey, sleeper, wait up! Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd. You turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. Lem! Good to see you, friend. He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team. Good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Baby, give me a second here. He smells weakly at you as he comforts her. Her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side. Tiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he is clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Mina okay? She's good. We just had to rush up here. He puts his hand on her shoulder, and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He stretches. I don't know what... A noise sounds from the distance. A klaxon, followed by a list of numbers glowing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back toward the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Shit. Mina. He starts patting the pockets on his gear and glancing around. Go, I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you, I'll... Crouches to Mina. You're gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They're gonna keep you safe, and... Stands back up. Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hands. She's got food. She's got... Shit, I have to go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. Then Lem disappears into the roiling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. He fixes you with a dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. He holds the stare, unmoving. The two parallel tear streaks still glint on her cheeks. You okay, Mina? He sniffs and looks down. Look in the bag. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components. Battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning. Tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit, hand sewn. Pick the rabbit. You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. Stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. What's their name? Mina turns away and looks at the entrance of the shipyard. This isn't going well. Give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit. Merry Tuesday, person turquoise wavy. Welcome in, Becky. How are you doing? You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down. Ferocious despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. He looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. He waggles Bun Bun in front of you, and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulders where he sits. I'm doing okay, Pecky, and I'm glad to hear you are too. Right now, I'm just trying to take care of my friend's kid. Pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. Before long, you two are talking about rabbits, and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the eye's heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He is dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms, and he stumbles backwards. After letting you take an ice pop out of the freezer as payment. I just sat, like, in the shipyard waiting for him to come back. You two get on okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. More than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone. Well, 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 looks like Mina can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs, and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. He grins sheepishly. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Mina, and she giggles in response. See ya, sleeper. He waves, and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes for passing spaces as his laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. Aww. Help Lem work. If Lem wants to leave on the sidereal horizon, he'll need someone to watch Mina while he works his way onto the construction crew. I need to get Lem onto that crew. We're gonna get out together. The Lem and Mina's unit. Babysit Mina. I need engage for this? A ticket out. Unless Lem gets time in the shipyard, he won't qualify for the sidereal crew lottery. Watching Mina gives him a chance. I don't have any upgrade points. I need to do a thing. Fix the ambergris without the ship mind. Get Sabine out. Wait for Sabine to make contact. Get to know Emphis. Need to bring him Girel, the mushrooms. Pay Ethan's tab. I can't do that yet. Win a sidereal ticket. Help complete the sidereal horizon. I can't do any of these things. Ah! Whatever. I need to sleep anyway. End cycle. Need one more ship mine fragment. How do I get more ship mine fragments? I'm starving. Compressor club and emphasis all. Okay, so I need to make some money so I can pay off Ethan's tab or he's gonna shoot me. And, I can use these here to get 19 cryo each. I assume Lem can't pay me to babysit Mina. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Success! Okay, I just need 2 more successes. Or actually just 1 more positive and like 2 more neutrals. But I need do some engineering work here. This is good pay, holy shit. Holy fuck. Alright, we're good. I think we're probably good. I don't think Ethan can run up that much of a tab, right? Right? But I need to buy some rations. Wait, no I don't. Oh! When I babysit Mina, I get to eat there. I don't need to buy rations. Oh, this is so good. Okay, we're, I think we're good. Got 1-6. I can use that on Ethan. But no, yeah. Okay, Ethan's deadline. How can someone drink this much in 6 cycles? Ethan hasn't held back while he has been at the compressor. Well, I can pay it. Ethan says you have 2 cycles to pay the tab. He calls it being fair-minded. Well, I already paid it, so we're good. I can't believe he just did that. Ethan's mocking laugh comes from along the bar. You look over to see him leaning across it in a pool of light, empty glasses and spilled drinks glinting around him. It's always dark in the compressor, but this cycle the place is packed. A load of spacers mixing with the locals. Usually they run. Ethan spins a glass on the bar. Or they go spend their savings on some local heavy I have to put down. They don't pay. I'm done. Wrong! Not even close! Ethan gets to his feet. Glass falls and smashes, but he doesn't seem to notice. You think that's it? 1 round of drinks and we're even? Sleeper, come on! His hand comes to rest on the butt of his handgun, dangling from a chest holder. What's wrong with you? Ethan laughs hard. The people around him turn to see what's happening. You think this is on me? I think someone in your position might have a better idea of how this all works. I'm a freelancer, Sleeper, just like you. We both signed a contract with S and Art, didn't we? The difference is that my word means something. He closes the gap, stumbling a little. What did you think? You could just run away from your contract? Your debt? You could just steal that natty little body of yours and take it for a joyride. Play human for a cycle or 2. You don't understand. It's you, Sleeper, that doesn't understand. Some of us pay our debts, but it's all the harder because of idiots like you. So I should thank you. Ethan nods, his head heavy. For giving me such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, you know? Real bounties. If I knew catching sad little escapees like you was so easy, I would have changed clients ages ago. Someone shouts in the back of the bar for Ethan to shut up. He holds up a finger in that general direction without turning around. Shoot me or let me leave. Oh, I see. Toughening up here. He gestures wildly at the crowd. Thumbs up or thumbs down, folks. Let's turn to their drinks. No longer interested in this tired show. Ethan mutters insults as he walks back towards the bar. Ethan sits heavily back down on his stool. Searches through his glasses for one with something left in it. Thing is, Sleeper, I can find you anywhere. It's actually wild if you haven't figured it out. That body isn't yours, and will always betray you. No matter what. Finds a glass and downs the contents. So please go. I'll catch up with you whenever I need another. He laughs and taps the bar for a fresh drink. Look at yourself. Give it up, Sleeper. I'm done teaching you for today. He settles his head on the bar and closes his eyes. I'm sick of you. Go find a job. You turn on your heel and are out. Out of the cloying dark and the sweat stench of the compressor. You walk hard and fast down the walkway. Anger driving your footfalls into the metal of the rim like hammers. Well, I got an upgrade point, so I can get rid of my negative and go watch Mina. Yay, they gave me energy. He's asleep, whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You're perched at a thin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. The tall one is you. Drink? Asks Lem, pouring a worn-looking bottle of Girol producing a worn-looking bottle of Girol from under the bar. Its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers, and sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers. Clink the metal containers together. You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team on the Sidereal. He grins broadly. Clearly he has been desperate to tell you all cycle. Amazing. Lem holds up his drink. Couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little meanie here. Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our gold doing, Sleeper? Haven't seen much of her these past cycles. She misses her father. A little tricky. Lem looks away. Yeah, he says no one in particular. Silence stretches out as Lem takes a drink. His eyes fixed on the door, and on the door to the bedroom. He's great. He nods. I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. Gazes into the middle distance. I pulled her off of a refugee shuttle out by one of Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye on these decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes the drink around in his tumbler. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway here. Everyone spaced. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. He was ice cold when I reached her purple lips. He shivers. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. He takes a drink, still not sure why. He reaches over and refills his cup. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand? We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse. Once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her. I'm gonna sound like an idiot now, but... Guys, she saved me. That's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit. It's stained, plastic plating and flickering lights. Me? I brought her to this. She was tiny. Too small to know what she lost. Can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? The Sidereal will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? He'll make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. He looks at his cup and pushes it away down the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now. Both of us in with a chance. Together. That's right. We hold on together. Hell yes! Imagine all three of us riding the sidereal horizon out of here, to a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. I think I drank this too fast. He laughs. Lem stands and starts to clear the glasses into the auto wash. I need some sleep, friend. Get around. Alright then. He catches your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it. From both of us. He pats your shoulder and you slip out into the dark of the walkway with lots of little Mina in your mind. Aww, we did the thing! Alright, I have an upgrade point. What do I use it on? Chance to gain energy after any engage action. I could use photosynthetic skin to cut down my food budget. Transfer intercept would give me chances to get money every time I hack things. Compressor club. Oh, he's gonna run up another tab like right away. Cool. Let's get some work done. It's a safe action, but I'm good, I think. I got some more scrap. Right, I'm just gonna use these to hack. And I might as well take transfer intercept before I do that. Yep. Okay. Let's get 2. Get 2. I can do 1. I got 5 cryo. What do I do with these encrypted? And another 5 cryo. I'm good on energy, actually. And... Alright, let's see if I can self-repair. Doesn't heal quite as much, but it'll keep me going. And it's also better than using up my, it's better than using up my stabilizers just to get better dice. I only need to get 1 scrap a day and then I'm good. Alright, 1 more day and you'll be, or they'll be there. Waiting for Sabin to be ready makes me anxious. The Yatagon finds out what they are up to. Port exchange. 1 more ship mine fragment. How do I get more? I guess I just work on this Imperial hull. Get some more credits for Ethan's tab. Re-spoke. And this is danger, but this is risky. Minus condition or minus energy. I can take minus energy. Okay, well, fuck. Get some mushrooms from this. Good for 2 days, and Hunter's still on me. I lost condition for that. Crap. Chance. Didn't get any scrap though. Crap. Let's sleep, I guess. Okay, check on Sabine. 4 cycles, Sabine said, and here you are, right on time, with no sign of them. Wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycle spins onward. They should be here. Check the terminal. Check and double the terminal for messages or recordings. Nothing, just the pale glow. Silence. Door. Pace back and forth around their apartment. The rumbling of the station suddenly so present and loud. Go to the door and open it to an empty corridor. Close it again. Wait. Try to settle down. To wait. Sit on the bunk and stare out at the tiny room. Where the hell are they? Knock at the door. A knock at the door. Stay still. Another knock. Stay still. Rabaya. A flash. Small. Impossibly bright. Cuts through the handle of the door. It soundlessly swings open. A figure stands in the door and immediately you know it is not Sabine. They are taller. Sharper. Something in their face glints in the half-light. A dark shape. A stubby baton hangs loose in her hand. Our local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. He steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? He fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. Waiting for a friend. Of course, a mutual friend of ours, the good doctor. He walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. Continue. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. He picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. He glances at you. I suppose you are here to help. Where are they? I was hoping you would be able to help with that. He spins the baton in her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared. Left without even saying goodbye. Which means they are in a little trouble now. But it's the kind of trouble that you need help for. So I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole, and here you are. The help. He looks through the detritus on the side. And what help? A sleeper, no less. Which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners, she pauses. S and ARP. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rabaya looks away, waiting for a response. Prove it. Happily! He crosses into the next room and you follow silently. He steps to the terminal and touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark. The terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of files, you see S and ARP letterheads and code forms. Reports laden with medical data marked with the corporate logo like the signal of some cult. Rabaya steps away from the terminal. Look all you want. Some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming. They seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveys with sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an SNARP employee, why did they help you? Rabaya reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light, its viscous, clear liquid crystalline within the glass. We will, of course, keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicines, even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers, and for a tiny moment, you have the urge to crush this object, for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rabaya closes up the briefcase lab and holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Rabaya turns on her way out. There is no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. You slip out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment. Feel the fear drain out of your body. You reveal the tiredness beneath. Shoot, I guess Sabine double-crossed us. Back to the past. How do I hack the shipyard? Oh, there's something over there. Once a corpo, always a corpo. This gate keeps traffic out of the Haven Shipyard's internal network. The corrupt cipher can grant you access. I could have gotten Ethan off my ass ages ago. Frick. The gate flips. You're in. Slot Ripperworm. An open port sits waiting for you to slot in a Ripperworm. What will it find in there? -1 Ripperworm. Shipyard servers slotted. Leave. Alright, where's Fang? Fang's Ripperworm is installed, but it'll take a few seconds to run through the closed network. Shit. Well, let's work on the hull then. Getting the monies for pay off Ethan. Bangs Bay. Guess let's go talk to Rabaya. Rabaya appointment. A constant flow of people seem to be visiting Rabaya's office. You'll need to wait your turn. Okay then. Galagon dispensary. Gang run drug dispensary. Oh, it is cheaper now. 20 credits cheaper. Not bad. I guess let's work at the Overlook now that I have skill for it. I mean, better than I used to anyway. I want to learn more about Tala. And I guess let's use this last one here too. Minus energy. Shit. Let's get some food from Emphis and then go to bed. I have enough to go across the founder thing and get the mushrooms for him. But I need to hold on to it for Ethan. And cycle. Okay, next up will be... Oh right, I have a skill point to spend. What do I spend it on? I could up my transfer skill to... my interface skill to get an easier time hacking stuff. Thrill Seeker, gain energy after any engage action. Let's go with the Thrill Seeker. But for now, aerial hull. Get some credits and Hunter is still on me. They ever like stop? Let's do this one. Enter the bespoke with 100% positive. Gauge. So it gives me a chance to get energy. Negative outcome, -1 energy. Good. Yeah, I gained 1 energy. Or, oh, smoke climber. I gained 1 energy, but I lost 1 energy. Hit me, Emphis. Okay, well, time to eat. Hope I have enough to pay for Ethan's food. Or drinks, I suppose I should say. Ethan, cynical bounty hunter. Compressor. The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spacers and a few drunks. Ethan is still in the same stool, in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and Bartender is ignoring him. Approach him. As you get closer, he lifts his head and turns. Sleeper! Turns to you. Time to pay us again, is it? Gestures to the bartender. Come here, take their chits. No more, Ethan. Ethan doesn't even look at you. Props his elbows on the bar and holds his head. Sleeper, it's been a long cycle. I don't care. Ethan lets out a long sigh. He rapidly rubs his eyes with his palms. You are right, he says quietly. This isn't fun anymore. He reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters on the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it. Butterfingers, says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give him the gun back. If you would, I can hand him the gun. The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. There's no way that ends well, right? There's no fucking way. Like, right? I don't... Point the gun at Ethan. Ethan turns his head in your direction a little. A sharp, pale eye locking with yours. The bartender backs away. Oh, he turns on the stool. Oh, sleeper. Stands. This is more like it. Wait. Hold the gun steady, training it on his head. Ethan smiles. Like the dog that caught the car. Turns to the bartender and mock whispers. I'm sure they know what to do with it. Keep the gun on Ethan. Ethan smiles at the bartender. Oh well, he says, and grabs the gun, slamming it back into your face in a single move. Stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters onto a surface. It hits a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. With a blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up. Enough of this. I'm locking the job and calling it in. Taps at the slate. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting. A dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin. His face close. His breath heavy with drink. Essent Art just screwed me! He grins maniacally. They canceled the contract! He stands up. They canceled the contract! He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet. The sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound, like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. You shake off the blast of the blur. The bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. I'll kill all of you, he screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. I'll be back for that, he shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan around every corner. Ethan's vendetta. Ethan may be disarmed, but you doubt you've seen the last of him? Alright, Rabaya, what do you want? As you approach the address, Rabaya gave you a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving you a hint of the strength her implants give her. As you turn, you see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabaya and Toshiro, glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. Gia, please. The sleeper is here by my invitation. At Rabaya's command, the hand immediately loosens, and an apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. Of course, Rabaya. Sorry. Rabaya waves her away. Don't you worry. I appreciate your protective instincts. He smiles at the enforcer. How about you head to the tambour? They have a delivery coming and they'll need some help with the lifting. Gia nods and walks away. So, sleeper, you came. I'm glad. Didn't feel like an offer. I'm sorry for that. He smiles a tight smile. You have to understand, finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people in the station who would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. I wish you no harm. I'm glad. Rabaya begins walking and gestures for you to sit with her. He takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways of the low end. What do you know about Yatagan? You are a gang, or I'm just gonna say nothing. Come on, Sleeper, humor me. I know we have a reputation. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. He gestures around the people in the passageway. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye? A policeman? Who makes the laws here? No one. This is true. The eye is lawless. So it is up to us all to make it work for us. But I don't imagine you think that is a good thing. If you had spent your time in the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erlin's time. It didn't need to house thousands, and keeping the yards and the rotundo safe was work enough. No, the low end was reclaimed later, when the refugees started arriving. Rabaya meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here on this station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned, the moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erlin, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone, but many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rabaya leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. Erlin's union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families, were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yatagan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our future, provide security, strength. People call us a gang. We are a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously. From my birth I have worked to earn it. Rabaya catches herself as she raises her voice before she raises her voice any further. As you both walk in silence for a while. Among the smells and textures of the low end, you start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Where do I come into this? Rabaya smiles to herself and thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of a refuge, though I also believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine told you about us, but I imagine it was not good. I will be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of Yatagan. An ex-corporate employee? Goes against our nature. But their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance. Made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied. That was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yatagan has not lasted this long because it is a charity. We offer and ask for support, and betrayal will be treated as an attack. They were trapped, desperate. Many on the Eye are, Sleeper. I'm sorry, but we must ask that our debts are paid in full. They've been found something. Please, I don't want to hear their accusations. They only wanted to escape their debt. They would have said anything. Where are they now to stand behind their claims? I will find them. As will we. You realize that Rabaya has led you in a loop, and together you both come back up a staircase to the walkway where you met. You are free to go, Sleeper. I have said what I wished to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I would protect this place with my life, as it has protected me. I wanted to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you too wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish. There will be tasks for you to complete. You will be able to see Yatagan, to see the low end, with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rabaya leaves, slipping back into her office, while you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story, that make up the low end. Work for Rabaya. Spend time as a Yatagan enforcer. I want to, fix people's houses. Play tabla. Alright. Heck yeah. Back to the Sidereal Hall. Dang it, didn't get any scrap. Looks like I don't need any money for Ethan, but I can spend it here and go get some mushrooms for Emphas. Cross to Greenway. As you step out into the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. You turn to see an unfamiliar spacer laden with heavy gear. Steadies herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. Sorry. She adjusts the strap on her shoulder, holding up a hand in recognition before setting off down the corridor. I'm sorry for her. A second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission, and when she's on a mission, they shrug. Not a problem. They smile. You're sweet. Peek! Esha stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she is rushing to. Peek raises their eyebrows at you. Esha, please, you want everyone on the station to hate us? Esha hardens. They want to hate us, they can hate us. She drops her hip. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up that damn cordon. Cordon? Don't interrupt. Peek sighs. The station isn't Hawthorne. Everyone isn't yoked to the same corporate protocols. Esha sighs. I'm not saying they're part of the administration. He jerks her head in your direction. But I am saying we need to get these supplies to the Briar before someone starts asking questions. Can I help? Peek smiles slyly. See, Esha? Help! Isn't that exactly what we need right now? Peek. Esha rolls her eyes. Peek ignores her. We are with the refugees. The ones Havenage have cordoned off from entering the station. Esha interrupts. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the Eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk. And are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. He quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. Peek sighs. He's right. People are trapped out there, and... They turn to Esha. We understand that this is a big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Esha interrupting, but... Esha turns away, her burning anger a palpable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies. And after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping, Peek finishes. That's terrible. Esha looks back at you, her fierceness fading. Peek, please. Esha gathers herself in the supplies. Esha, we need help. Just like the refugees needed us, we need others too. They smile at her. Peek turns to you. Come find us. The climbing Briar is docked at the broken spoke. Right to safety being debated by people with no stakes in their future sounds scarily real. Yep. Little bit. The climbing Briar is docked at the broken spoke, past the Greenway, in the wastes. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeeze your hand. Esha turns to leave, and Peek follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Esha shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner. Esha already picking up speed as Peek calls for her to slow down. The refugee flotilla? Where are they coming from and why now? Each time you think you begin to understand this place, something changes. Flotilla aid. Bring mushrooms to the Briar. Oh. Walk the greenway, endure, or map the pathways into it. Rather than simply thrash through the undergrowth, you might sketch a map of this overgrown jungle to try to better navigate its hazards. The simplest way to explore the greenway is simply to pick a path and set off into its twisting chambers and passages. This carries obvious risks. But we're gonna intuit. Oh fuck! I could have gotten +3 going green for that. Damn it. Well, cross the rim. Let's get some eep. Leave. I need to Raiders here. 60 cryo for a ship mine fragment. I can maybe get that today. I love this game so far. This is awesome. As you arrive, Fang comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, sleeper. Puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you back the way you came. Go where? Be Hardenhurst. He gives you a sideways glance. Isn't that what you're here for? He steps into the passageway, guiding you down ring towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity. That data you ripped. Well done, by the way. He grins. Tells me Harden is making a rare inspection of the sidereal horizon this cycle. It's the perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. Fang takes a sharp turn into a dimly lit side passage. Confront him? That's right. It's the perfect time. Fang slows and slips into the dark service tunnel where somewhere in the back, a water pipe drips. It's him, sleeper. His name Hardenhurst. Our worm ripped out decades of records that mentioned him by name, an entire trail of documentation from the first days of the Solheim collapse until now. He wrote out the whole thing, slipped into Havenage when it first broke off from the Union. Faces in the tunnel, a hand rubbing at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here, running the station one day, and next Erland's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the costs higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth on the station and water in their tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes, the accidents, were coming in non-stop. And as new waves of contractors came in, desperate to work, Solstheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time, Solstheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central systems, while this severed limb of a station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. The young pilot, his MEV overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died. Thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified, and the blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erland, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true. But my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in their MEV and bolted it to the dock, while my father joined the improvised crews, trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Fang pauses in the dark. They sealed it up, though. By the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black, apart. Fang finally turns back to you now, his eyes burning. It's like Harden. Kids who held their place, rode it out, and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploited at every step. Fang starts walking again. That's why I can't just let him strut about the shipyard. This time his past catches up with him. How is he still alive? Clearly you don't know much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits. Fang rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling you can see ships in mid-construction, their flanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. Let's go. Fang grins. Let's go show this shit has some consequences. Strides to the shipyard entrance, pushes through the doors. A web of corridors lead to the complex, snatches of the construction base always appearing through windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Fang seems to know exactly where he is going. Before long, you cross into a huge dry dock, locked to one side of the sidereal horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space so that the welding, cutting, and sealing seem to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Fang spot him at the same time. A group walking slowly across a gantry, and at the front, two men. One gesturing towards the ship, and the other stick-thin, cleanly dressed, with a shock of gray hair. Hardin. You and Fang say his name in unison, and Fang sets off up the staircase to the gantry, with following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the foreman gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock and Hardin nodding along. Hardin Hurst! Fang shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back in a rippling echo. Figures turn. Yes? Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Fang. You see his gaze linger on your body, unsure of why a sleeper might be in this place. You are a traitor, Hardin. A Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims. Fang's voice is steady, strong. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Erlin stood for, everything Havenage stands for. You have no place on this station. For a moment, stillness descends on the group, as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Hardin laughs. Well, good to meet you two. He glances around at those around him. Some are smiling, the others nervous. You are from the systems branch, are you not? Asks Hardin, inspecting Fang's clothing. Fang turns to the foreman. You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Fang and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. It's true. As he begins speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. And what would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent. What are you, if not exactly that? He looks around the group, who are already eyeing you with suspicion. You are a product of Essen Arp. You have no place in the Havenage shipyard. Who knows what signals you are sending back to your makers? A murmur of approval runs through the group. Fang holds up a stick of memory. You guessed right. I am systems. And I have records that link you directly to Solheim right here. He turns to the foreman again. So once again, I'm asking you to take this man into the custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Hardin's voice is calm, measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at a members' meeting for proper review? He shakes his head. I have nothing to hide. Like a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, echoing sound of boots on walkways, coming from all angles at once, and then something behind you. Please, says Hardin, submit the data through the correct channels, then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Fang spits. Hardin, you shithead. You can't wriggle out of this one. A security officer draws the weapon and levels it. Fang turns and stares him down. Calm Fang. You look at Fang. He shakes his head and puts a hand on your shoulder. Let's go, says Fang. And he pushes through security, heading back down the hallway. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back into the corridor, Fang picks up pace. Try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Fang is grinning ear to ear. You know, sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket and he takes it out. On the slate, a web of connections starts drawing itself out. stretching to a set of points around the ring. Got him, mutters Fang. What's going on? Hardin is doing what any snaky shithead always does, calling his friends. We're tracking his outgoing messages. Fang's grin looks ghostly in the uplight of his screen. The old ways are best. Spook them good enough and I'll give the game away. Goddamn, Fang is awesome! He jabs at the slate. You see the web is being drawn over a map of the ring. Lines bouncing from point to point. All these dots are Hardin's buddies. One he is messaging right now. We're gonna find them all. That was on purpose? Of course! Hardin isn't working alone. We need the full set or nothing. Fang glances around and slips the slate back into his pocket. We're gonna split for now, Sleeper. This is exactly what we needed. Good hunting. With a pat on your shoulder, Fang drifts away, back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. Watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. Hell yeah! Like, I know, like, I'm impressed. Like, that's not even a fucking question. Fang is awesome. Fang's Bay. Ever since your trip to the shipyard, Fang has been missing from his bay. What's going on? That's not good. Let's get the money for the last ship mine part. Midline Freight Hub. Wait, what? Steal a shipment or freight operator. Midline security. Wait. Oh, this is Rabaya stuff. I need more skill to work here, it looks like. I need interface. I need interface for this. Well, let's do some more sidereal hull work. Well, I got enough to buy the thing anyway. Buy the ship mine fragment. That's 3 of them. I can go make the thing. Fabricate ship mine. The fabricator whirls and crackles as it assembles the ship mine. It opens to reveal a completed but heavily dented unit. Well, I got a ship mined. The core of a ship AI, amputated and in hibernation. Let's take it to the ambergris. Ooh, I have enough to get. Let's see, icebreaker, double data rewards. Hard to kill. Keep 2 dice even when your condition is breaking. Instant karma. Reroll all of your dice once per cycle. That's actually really awesome. All cryo actions are discounted by 20%. That would be amazing. Like, really, really good. Hold on to my points for now, though. Deliver ship mined. You drop the huge cylinder into the onto the mess room table. Ankita can't hide her excitement. You drop the ship mine core onto the galley table with an emphatic bang. Ankita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper! Did you actually land a ship mine? He rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Hell shit, it might actually work. She smells wider than you've ever seen. Where'd you get it? I built it. Built it? Well, well, you are full of surprises. Ankita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? Sleeper got you a new ship mine. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in a small space with Ankita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Ankita puts the ship mine back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it in as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. He heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. Looks like my good karma is finally coming in. He throws the slate onto the table and spins it so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers. Nothing that exciting. Along with what looks like a transit timetable. I've found them. The thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief. Singular. He points to the name on the list. Or more specifically, Ashton Cade. It was his pass that was used to access Amber and slice the ship mind. I thought he might have been killed or robbed, his pass stolen, but it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap the very next cycle. How do you know? I know some of the crew over at the ferry, old mercs. Used to run in an outfit I worked with. I saw them in the Overlook and they mentioned they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifests and there he was. Looks suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft, and anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway to go to ground. He flexes. He won't get far though. There's no real docks out there, only a couple of jetties in the wastes. So what now? Now I've fit the ship mind. That's the first priority. Pauses. But maybe you could help me out. Sure, how? It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip the station or he'll bury himself so deep in the wastes no one will ever find him. But you, Ashton doesn't know you. All I need is for you to go there and sniff around. Not at the commune, not the stacks. You will have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him? You locate him? Ping me on this. He hands you a calm earpiece. Seeing as this is merc work, I'll be happy to give you merc pay. She shifts in her seat. The thing is, I haven't got much left. How about I tell the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay up. 200 cryo, nothing less. What do you say? She meets your eye. Okay. He gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Good. I owe you. I already crossed the ferry, god damn it. He lifts the ship mind up onto her shoulder with worrying ease. I'm gonna go get this fitted into Amber's core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton is hiding, let me know. He goes to turn and then stops. And once again, Sleeper, thank you. I appreciate it. Ankita stomps off into the guts of Amber with the ship mind, leaving you in the galley. You glance around, a sudden nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd get work as a mercenary, but then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. I have 3 upgrade points. I could get +2 to engineering. And I'm kind of tempted to. Farm stacks, vertical farms. Ooh, the commune. The wastes. And there's the climbing briar. Flag reels. Welcome to episode Flux. Episode Flux is the first of 3 episodic updates to Citizen Sleeper, telling the story of the refugee flotilla which has arrived at the Eye. All 3 episodes, Flux, Refuge, and Purge, are now available. Completing this flag Girol's action will begin the episode. Be aware that it is intended for late game play. Okay, good to know. The Haifa commune. Work the grow beds, work the canteen. Haifa member. The only way to become part of the commune is to work your way in, through long service. It isn't for everyone. Heck yeah, I could join a commune! For now, though, I need to go and use some of the stabilizer just so my dice don't suck anymore. And unfortunately, that's about all the time we have for right now. But real quick, slorp. I could get photosynthetic skin or +2 to 2 different skills, or +2 or +1 to 2 different skills, or +2 to engineering, and I am tempted. Hey, Poppy. Obsessive Haggler would be very nice. So would Instant Karma. I could get Instant Karma right now, actually. Screw it. Instant Karma. Alright. Last autosave at 0 seconds. How do I, like, can I, like, manually save? That'd be great. Time since last autosave, 0 seconds. Sure, quit. Continue. Machinist 20. Cycle 20. That's what I'm on, I think. Looks like everything's right. Alright. Well, everyone. Switch on over here and kill media source. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. I was not expecting to love this game as much as I did. Like, it's a little bit obtuse and obscure and just not much action going on, but God, I love the time management stuff and the getting to learn everyone's stories and everything. I'm glad I did this. This was the perfect one for this week too. Thanks for streaming. Well, thank you for being here too, Pecky. It's very cool. It is. It's so cool. Anyway, I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will be back on Thursday to play some more Outward with Phoebe. Y'all should probably know about that. I'm sure there's probably not anyone new here, but let me get my link anyway. Here is the link to my Discord, where you can go vote in polls, post memes, look at cat pictures, all that fun stuff. Other than that, like I said, I'll be back on Thursday with Outward with Phoebe, still on YouTube for now. If you... boycotts until Friday, so until next week, I'm on YouTube. It'll be here. If you want more Citizen Sleeper, that will also be here on Friday on YouTube still, and possibly into next week. I kind of like guess I'll have to cross post on both chats. I have some ideas for how to fix that. I'll talk to Phoebe about it tomorrow, okay? Anyway. Y'all have a great rest of your night and a great rest of your week and all that stuff. And, I still can't raid, but I can wish you all I don't know, a great night, which I already did. Until next time, I'll see y'all. Bye-bye!